Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Well, the Indy 500 is only a couple of weeks away, and today we get set to see who's going to be starting this race on pole position. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to our continuing coverage here of Bump Day in Gasoline Alley. My name is Ola Remblo, and I am bringing you all of the action here from start to finish. What an absolutely fantastic month of racing it has been so far in the last little while, and we are set for what should be an absolutely wild ride here this afternoon. Right now, Johnny Garrett taking around this racetrack, and there has been quite a lot that has taken place, and we'll finish up this run first, but we are about to, I thought for a moment we were going to get ourselves with a new spot on the top. It turns out no, as Garrett's final lap has indeed been invalidated. Let's take you through some of the big highlights so far. Obviously, Henry Bennett, the man to beat so far. He has put that car all the way up towards the front, along with Andrew Wood. They are going to be in a hotly contested fight for the final step here this afternoon. Earlier on this afternoon, Robert Barnicow having this major crash over in turn numbers 3 and 4, and this one was an absolute doozy of a ride, and that's going to put Barnicow well out of qualifying for the time being. And of course, he was not the only one, as you then of course had the likes of Lewis Woodall having a similar crash. That was down over in turn numbers 1 and 2, right in the middle of the chute. Same story, Lossley coming out of the corner hard at the inside wall. They said he was unfortunate enough to rebound all the way back in to the outside wall. And just a few minutes ago, you then saw Rafael Rodriguez with this huge hit into the inside wall, just shy of the pit attenuator off of turn number 4. By far one of the hardest hits of the day, as that speared him all the way back across the racetrack and hard into the concrete barrier. All of this takes us back to racing action here this afternoon, where Jamie Wilson now is out on the racetrack, and going to see what Jamie Wilson's got in store for this field here this afternoon. Wilson, so far, I believe, on going to be what is a heater of a lap. It's going to be a 40.309 for lap number 2 on the boards for Jamie Wilson. His opening time of this qualifying run was a 40.322. Now, all of this is about 0.3 of a second faster than his initial run. He was only the third car out on the afternoon. Of course, this Indy 500 here could be big for Jamie Wilson. It is going to be his 7th attempt, and he has only finished inside the top 5 once in his Classic IndyCar Series career. He is hoping for more this afternoon, still winless in Indy 500 competition. He is gunning, though, for provisional pole as he puts down a 40.341. The mile an hour is high. It's looking good. So far, the highest mile an hour that we have on the afternoon, 222.8 miles an hour, set by the Powerslide Team Chimera teammate of Andrew Wood. And then, of course, from there, Henry Bennett also running the Chimera colors back in second. Can Jamie Wilson be the first contender to put down a 223-mile run this afternoon? He comes out of turn number 4 down to the start-finish line here this afternoon. And at the stripe, this time by 40.457, and that's going to do it. 223.008 miles an hour. Jamie Wilson will move to provisional pole and put down the first 223-mile time of the day. The track continuing to pick up in speed, and this has led to a lot of drivers wanting to come out for some mulligan runs. You'll look to Andrea Giacometti. Right now, Giacometti situated all the way down, 18th place, 220 miles an hour. Top 24 lock their way in. Right now, VJO sits on the bump spot. First contender on the outside looking in is any one of the drivers that have attempted for a rerun and have failed to get the time on the boards. Giacometti coming across the start-finish line, this time by 40.492. 0.4 of a second faster. That is so far the 7th quickest single lap on the whole afternoon. Already 2.5 hours deep into a 4.5 hour session with, of course, the Fast 9 taking place right at the tail end. So a great start for Giacometti. The North Sim Racing driver, of course, having a bit of a mixed bag on his season. Giacometti going to be making his Indy 500 debut this season here in 2025, and his second lap has been invalidated. So Giacometti goes from 18th on the boards all the way down to not having a time at all. That is absolutely crushing for Giacometti. It's got to sting to be that far up and then fall so far down the order. So far, top 10 on the boards. Jamie Wilson, Andrew Wood, Henry Bennett. It's a Power Slide Team Chimera 1, 2, 3 lockout. Then it is Cameron Dance, the Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports number 1. Then Tuomas Mustonen, the defending champion, taking his title in the last oval race at Auto Club Speedway, sitting 5th. Florian Gaud sitting 6th. Robert Grosser 7th. His teammates Jan Hoffen and Lucas LaVille back in 8th and 9th. Nathan Hagen rounds out the top 10. Bobby Love making another hit. Bobby Love now stands as the new 18th place runner after Giacometti invalidates his 18th spot. That's the tricky thing when it comes to Indy 500 qualifying. Let's break it down for you. Indy 500 qualifying, not what you would normally expect. You take a 4-lap run, and then you take the average speed out of those 4 laps of the start-finish line. And that is what allows for you to calculate what car would, in theory, be the fastest on the afternoon. It is, of course, traditional for Indy 500 qualifying in the real world, and hence why we are going through all of this here. 24 cars will be locked in today. It's a 33-car grid. The top 24 are locked in. The fastest 9 will reset for a 3-hour shootout. Look out, and around goes Bobby Love, and a huge hit into the inside wall. Kicked up into the air out of turn number 2. A monster crash. Robert Barnicow making his way to pit exit, and let's take another look at this, because that was an absolutely horrendous hit into the wall. Oh my goodness. Missed the tire barriers, went directly into the inside safer barrier, and it fired him all the way back across the racetrack. And turn 2, catching drivers out. We see this all the time in the real world, and then watch this here as he's going to spin down, nose it directly into the inside wall, likely still going over 190 miles an hour. Pirouettes back across the racetrack, and those connects with the outside wall, and that's what kicks him up and into the air. Right on board with the helmet camera at speed, and you hope you don't get motion sickness, because this is a ride. Massive collision into the wall. He'll have to try again another time. Robert Barnicow has crashed before, and unfortunately for Barnicow, still has not been able to get a good run going. So Barnicow, no doubt, getting a little bit desperate here in his bids to try and get somebody working with him. He's crashed before today. He crashed last season as well in pole day. It was off of turn 2, and he went just pretty much an identical situation to what we just saw, and lost it off of turn 4 and went hard into the inside wall, fired back across the racetrack and in to the outside wall. This time by 11th quickest time on a single lap of the day, a 40.604. will kick off what is going to end up being his second or third attempt here at this point. He did try again at one point, and the lap was invalidated because he scraped the wall. Really brutal conditions out there right now on the racetrack. 109 degrees Fahrenheit on the racetrack and 7 miles of wind blowing off to the southwest. That's going to make this quite a trip for these drivers here to fight their way out. And we've seen it already throughout the session. You've seen it, no doubt, in the covers that we've had before of just how unbelievably difficult it was for drivers. He had a lot of contenders like Lucas Santos, Zachary Wareham, and more that were really fighting their cars, trying to keep control. Well, right now, Barnicow making his way back around the racetrack. 40.567 was lap number 2. He went quicker than his opening lap. This time, not quicker, but it was close. 40.573. To the back straightaway. And now down in the turn numbers 3 and 4. And down to the start-finish line for his 4th and final lap in this qualifying effort. 40.630. That is going to be good enough to try and get him a little bit further towards the top of the boards. And we will, of course, get you those numbers ASAP as our calculation on the overlays having a little bit of a fritz here, but I promise you we are working to correct that as quickly as possible. The average time was a 40.5935 seconds, and that puts our 221.7 miles an hour. Good enough. Get this, 4th place on the grid. Talk about a heater. That is a journey, as he's going to put himself 4th place in the qualifying sheets so far for Robert Barnicow. Now, down the front straightaway, VJO enters this run. He was qualified 24th on the bump with 219 miles an hour. And oh boy, it's a big improvement. 40.362, 8 tenths up from his opening bout. 4th best time of the day. Make that tied for 3rd best time of the day, as that is the exact same time that we saw Jan Hoffman put down when Hoffman got himself further up the grid. Now, the problem is lap 1 is great. Laps 2 and beyond tend to just fall apart. .402 though. He's keeping the pace up. That is critical. That is exactly what this 96 car for Iconic Motorsports needs. VJO came into this one with attempted to try to get a good run. I think crashed. Believe it was either him or Franz Josef Sturm that flipped over the pit wall in the 2025 rendition of this race. For VJO, this is his 7th attempt on trying to qualify here this afternoon. Last race here, he finished 15th after starting back in 23rd. This time by 40.527. The times are steadily dropping off. So VJO going to try to put in the heater here, gunning for a potential top 10, maybe even a top 5 with a 40.36 that he put down to the start of his run. On deck is Lucas LaVille, looking for a rerun as he makes his way back around the racetrack. To the stride for VJO, 40.505, good enough, 222 miles an hour, put him to 3rd. VJO right now provisionally in the Fast 9 shootout, not on the front row yet. He would still have to fight his way through all of that mess. Says, here comes Lucas LaVille, just starting his first lap. Lucas LaVille, his best single lap time, a 40.674. That run putting him into 11th place after the 4-lap average settled in. His time will be scratched from the boards. And we will once again gear up to see who's going to be where So far, with all the reruns we've been seeing, now there is only 22 total times on the boards. And how about that new fastest single lap on the day? Lucas Laville, 40.235. The first driver to ever punch into the 40.2s. Laville is gunning for provisional pole. Laville battling his way into turn number 4. Down to the start-finish line, this time by. To the wire. And for Laville, how about a 40.264? The time still very much there for Lucas Laville. Looking to give a run, the front runners a run for their money. And all of a sudden, the Team Chimera top 3 under major threat right now from Vortex Sim Racing. Oh, but he gets the wall there in turn 3. He's going to be able to hold on to this one for the time being. Mr. 500 over here for Lucas Laville has never won, but boy, he has come close. He has finished second a whopping 5 times. He has finished third as well once, and then fifth once, a DNS in 2023 and then a DNF in 2018. He has come so close to taking this Indy 500 win. You know, out of anybody in this field, he is one of the drivers that wants it the most. So many years of heartbreak, of coming so close to being able to drink some milk and kiss the bricks. And boy, he is here on pole day to make a statement. I'm here to fight. Lucas Laville, 40.462, put him to the number 1 spot on the boards, 223.218 miles an hour. Now back to bear, Lucas Santos. Out for another hit. Santos' latest run had him in the 6s. He ran 220.8 miles an hour. Right now qualified 16th. His first run, he caught the wall. That car was fighting major loose and understeer at the same time, but he knew it was quick. He backed out, went to a private testing session, did some setup adjustments, came back and put that car initially into the top 10, but now all the way back 16th place. And boy, he's got a heater going. 40.333, third quickest time of the afternoon. This is where the intensity comes in. And confirmation from administrations, the list is full of requested reruns. So this is going to be a bit of a run going for drivers now here as Santos comes out of turn 4 to the front straightaway. What time does he have on the boards? It was a 40.333 for lap 1, 40.288 for run number 2. Diamonding back into turn number 3. Oh, so close to the curb and on the inside. Got to be careful for that. Santos right now holding the second quickest time of the day. Only half a tenth off of Lucas Laville. Gunning hard. 40.328. Does Santos have enough to pull onto provisional pole position here this afternoon? Santos driving her in deep into turn numbers 1 and 2. Make that 3 and 4. Around 4. Santos on his third effort. Is it going to be provisional pole? Down the front straightaway. Times closing in to the stripe. 40.377. Not enough. Second place, 223.151 miles an hour. Less than 0.1 off of the pole run. But what an effort for Lucas Santos and the Screeching Moose Motorsports crew on what is so far, his best qualifying effort of his Classic IndyCar Series career. Next driver out, Franz-Josef Sturm. The Aero X driver found himself upside down in last year's Indy 500. Flipped in a pit road just shy of halfway. And while the Aero X driver makes his way around the racetrack, we're going to pull in Lucas Laville. Tell you what, Lucas, what a lap and what a run as you find yourself breaking up the Powerslam Team Chimera front row lockout. But you might not be safe because, boy, Santos was giving it everything there, and he's within 0.1 of your time. Kind of talk us through the run here so far. I mean, obviously, this has been a bit of a ride and a journey so far this season, and the track conditions out there have been treacherous, to put it mildly. 4 major crashes on the afternoon. Last year, we only had 2. Make that only 1 actually in pole day. I mean, what do you make of it? Because it's so different compared to last time we were out here.
2 and 3 or whatnot, but it's definitely a driver's track more than ever, and I think that's great. The cream rises to the top, as they say, and you really have to put a good run, and you never know, even these early runs might be safe to stay in the field or make the top 9, which is great. You don't have to really bank on having the best run at the end, which is great for you guys watching at home.
Well, for more and more drivers moving up from the high 40s and the mid 40s into the low 40s now, as we've just seen Stu put down 3.3 laps in a row. Are you confident in your abilities to go into the Fast 9, or do you think you're going to be outside for the 10th place on back?
I think I'm outside, as we see Stumi really putting on a great run right now, and I'm sure the Aero X boys and Iconic and all these guys, as well as Camera, will all put a good fight. So I'm probably out, but that's fine. Really, the target is making the field as I'm on my hardware this weekend. So that's really if I make the top 9, this is really unscheduled result. But we'll see. We have plenty of good runners coming up, as we see Franz-Josef closing in on this run.
Yeah, just put down a run that will put him 5th place so far on the board, so not quite enough to challenge your time for pole. One more question before I let you go. Obviously, you're known as Mr. 500 here in the Classic IndyCar Series. 5 times you have finished runner-up, 6 times on the podium, 7 for a top 5, only 1 DNF back in 2018, and then, of course, you didn't make the race in 2023. Thoughts on this 500? Is 2025 finally going to be when we see that number 2 car in victory lane?
Hopefully it is. Still have some tough customers out there. We won't have Adam Blocker this time, so that's one car I don't have to beat, which is great because it really was the best car out there the last few years when he was there. And I think I have 2 or 3 runner-up finishes to him, something like that. So I will definitely take that, but it's a 200 lapper. It's impossible to know who's going to win this thing based on qualifying and past history. Everything can happen. You already heard the drill many times, so you won't be surprised there. But yeah, if I start up front, that's already a good part of the job done for me. I just stick to the fast train and make some interesting but good strategy calls and be there at the end.
Lucas, thank you so much for dedicating your time this afternoon, and we'll wish you the best of luck either in the Fast 9 shootout or come the day of the 500.
Thank you so much, Noah, and enjoy the afternoon.
Lucas Laville from Vortex Sim Racing, still provisionally P1 on the afternoon. One of only, so far, 4 drivers to put down a 223-mile-an-hour time. Zachary Wareham currently out on the racetrack. Wareham making efforts. He has not been able to have a qualifying run that he wants so far. First run of the day, he told me, it turns out I ran that run on the race setup, and my reply was, yeah, that'll do it. There's a problem. You gotta get into a qualifying trim before you can really qualify for the Indy 500. Wareham's second attempt, he put down some flyers. Unfortunately, he clobbered the wall in turn 3, so he was unable to complete that run. This is his third and what will likely end up being his final attempt. As we've already been told that some drivers that have requested reruns might not even have time to get those times in as it is, so Wareham's got to make this run count. Start-finish line 40.321. Fastest lap of the bunch. 9th place, 221.888 miles an hour. And temporarily, we see Wareham in the Fast 9. We'll see if he will stay there. Julian Altena now back to Bear. The driver that was just competing yesterday and got a podium at the Milwaukee Mile for the Velocity Online Racing Indycar Series. Running that 31 car up and around the racetrack. Altena, a driver that is no stranger to the IndyCar scene. No stranger to Indy 500s, but this will be his first qualifying to the Dallara IR05s, the IndyCar Series that Altena runs. The Dallara IR18s, and as Gary and I have talked about all throughout the season, the IR05s compared to the IR18s, a very, very, very different beast. Altena, first attempt on it here this afternoon. He has not been able to get a time in so far. And his first lap, a 40.607. That is not going to be nearly enough for the Fast 9 shootout. So I think it's safe to say Altena currently out of the fight for the Fast 9. Let's bring up Lucas Santos, another driver that we saw with struggles earlier on. And Lucas, you now find yourself quite far up the qualifying order here. Obviously, a big afternoon for you, making your, I think, first attempt here trying to qualify for the CIS Indy 500. Talk us through the run, because, boy, that was a heater, and what an improvement for what we saw earlier on in the night.
Yeah, I was watching back the broadcast, and I didn't think I was that close to the curb. The whole run felt so smooth. The car felt so planted. It is my first time this season trying to, or really, this is my first season dealing with open setups, and so being able to create such a stable yet fast setup for this number 19 Screeching Moose Motorsports car, it was an awesome run. It felt amazing.
You mentioned, you and I were kind of talking a little bit earlier, right, about the car just wasn't feeling settled. Obviously, the track has changed a lot from that first run about almost 2 hours ago now. Do you think the track conditions have improved some to help you get that time, or was that all the setup changes that you made in private sessions?
I think it was a mix of both. With my endurance background, there's a mindset of you got to wait kind of for the right moment at the right time. So just looking across the data and waiting for the session to play its course, I saw that track temps were going down, air temperature started going down as well. So I was like, this could be something. And going back to my previous test sessions and just remembering the data and lap times, it just kind of worked out. So it was a mix of both, realizing that the track temperatures were improving, both ambient and on track, and then the multiple setup changes made to this car both worked hand in hand together.
As Julian Altena going to qualify himself into the 12th place position. Let's talk about the 500 proper. Obviously, it's looking relatively safe for you right now, well into the Fast 9 shootout, and it's going to be a bit of an ask for a few drivers to come and chase that time down. So might be looking to start on the top 3 rows. Obviously, it's your first 500, these guys. Is this your first 500 in general, or have you gotten a run before the IR18s?
I've had multiple runs with the IR18s, and I can say for sure they're 2 completely different animals trying to control. I've only really done the IR18s for the Indy 500s, but the experience is there in knowing how long of a race this is. It would be great and absolute amazing achievement to be part of the top 3 rows in my first Indy 500 in the IR05s, or in general, really. But looking forward, I think it's going to be really one difficult challenge. Not only do we have to worry about how fast this car is in general, but then you got to think about that 200 laps, 500 miles, trying to keep it consistently that fast. So I think it's going to be a different challenge trying to get the setup right. But in order for it to go to the Fast 9, I think we got a good setup for it.
Well, Lucas, thanks for donating your time. We'll let you get back to watching the rest of Pole Day here. Good luck for the 500 coming on up, and I don't think you're going to be starting on the front row for too much longer. Everything's on the heater.
All right, thank you.
Lucas Santos right now sitting P3 on the boards. That is about to change, though, as Roden Eftink putting down an absolute stormer, a 284 for lap 1, a 313 for lap 2, 381 for lap 3. Second best single lap of the day was that opening one of a 40.284. Only half a tenth off of Lucas LaVille. Eftink continuing to battle his way down the back straightaway and into turn numbers 3 and 4. Next driver on the track going to be Kevin Lovegren, a driver that we've already seen out today as well. Coming to the line, Eftink. Does he have enough to punt Santos off of the front row? 40.505. It's a very slow final lap, but he's going to do it. Second place for Eftink as he goes 223.414 miles an hour. Back to Lovegren. Right now, on the outside, looking in, he is sitting 25th place in his Indy 500 qualifying effort. And desperate to see if he can improve on that run. Right now, 26 cars have put down times, Lovegren among them. On the bump spot is Jack Turner in the number 55. Only 24 make it in, and 25th through 33rd will be decided at bump day next week. Lovegren across the stripe. It's going to be a 40.537 for lap number 1. So looking for major improvements here. Lovegren battling into turn 4. Going to fire his way to the front straightaway. You'll ride on board. So far, the run continuing on strong. A 40.524 was the last lap for Lovegren at the line. You're right on board for this qualifying session, for this qualifying run here. Get a look at what it's like inside the cars. 40.438. He goes quicker. Continuing to ride on board as you look over the shoulder. in a 4 once again, lap 3 coming up. Next driver on deck. Going to be Lewis Woodall, who crashed hard into the wall earlier today. And Lovegren's final time, 40.526. Don't think that was actually the final time, but he lost a lot of ground. And that was actually the final time, sorry. As he is going to pull in to pit road. A 40.532 was the lap we were missing. 222 miles an hour, good enough for a top 10 run. Situated down in 10th. There is Lewis Woodall, a driver that had a vicious crash earlier today. Let's flash you back to a few, about 45 minutes ago. This was coming down towards turn numbers 1 and 2. And in brutally cruel fashion of Indianapolis, lost control, slammed the inside wall, spins back up and into the outside wall. That was his first qualifying attempt. Now he is on number 2. Woodall's first time, a 40.856. That is not nearly good enough. Not with the runs that we've been seeing. 28 cars, including Woodall, have attempted laps. The drivers on the outside. Right now, Lewis Woodall. And then confirmed right now for Jack Turner, Hans Pitkinen. And a rookie to the 500 here, at least for this season, having not made a start. Markelli. That'd be Christian Markelli. That said, Lewis Woodall's got some pace. I don't know what the heck happened on lap 1, but lap 2, it's a 40.306. That time could very well look to propel him forward. If he can just keep this pace up and not bin it, could be in for a good run. .326. Oh, but look what all loses it out of turn number 2. Slides down the racetrack, and that could very well do it. Not the time that Woodall was hoping to have. Watch this again on board as he comes out of turn 2 to the start finish line. Look at the back end, just swing around on him. What a catch, though, for Lewis Woodall. As he's going to go 41.846, one of the slowest qualifying times on the day. Jan Hoffman up next, and unfortunately, that's going to leave Woodall a disappointing 25th place. Let's talk to one of the other contenders here, Julian Altena, who was, of course, racing in the Velocity Online Racing Indycar Series just a little while ago. Julian, quite the run that you've been having here this afternoon. Obviously, a lot of drivers experiencing mixed results on what has been an aggressive racetrack, putting it mildly, but you're sitting 14th right now. Are you confident you can remain in the top 24 to avoid bump day?
Yeah, I think so. With how difficult the track has been, I think most of the people that are going again are basically ahead of me. So, yeah, I think I'll be okay. Rodin for sure. It's actually his first time driving a car in the first place, so he did a really good job. Yeah, I have to admit we were kind of scrambling to get a setup, and yeah, we were just putting some strings there with what we knew, or at least what I knew, because like I mentioned, Rodin didn't drive the car before. But yeah, the car was good enough to get a decent run in. We put a bunch of downforce on the car because we saw how sketchy the track was. So yeah, like I said, the setup was a bit of a last-minute thing to put together, but I'm pretty sure we can keep it in the field. I wasn't really worried about the Fast 9 shootout that I heard you bring up on the stream. My goal is not to make that, it's just to make the field on the first day, so I don't have to worry about qualifying next week. But yeah, car felt pretty decently, and just hope we can stay in the top 24, which I don't think will be an issue.
Kind of talk us through the runs here this afternoon, because obviously the track has been evolving so much over the course of the last little while. What do you think is going to be in store for this field here over the next several laps or so?
I think you're going to see a pretty sizable improvement from the top 5, excluding Rodin, because I don't think we have time to even go again, even if we wanted to. But yeah, track is really gaining grip. Track temp is dropping. I think the wind was also an issue earlier on, or maybe a combination of both, more so than one. But yeah, everything is improving, like you mentioned. So I think the people that are in line are going to go improve a significant bit. But like I said earlier, I don't think too many people behind me are going to go again. There simply won't be enough time to go, I don't think. So yeah, we just have to wait and see.
Well, obviously, a long way to go here still in qualifying, and we'll wish you the best of luck, Julian, as we get set to see who's going to be where in just a little while.
Yeah, I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Julian Altena, right now qualified about 14th, 15th place. Jan Hoffman, by the way, putting down an absolute flyer as drivers continue on. And the laps are underway. I got to take a quick step back here, but we will keep on with live coverage. You're watching more here on Greenflight TV. And some slight problems as Rafael Rodriguez, fresh out of pit road, spinning up the tires as he left. And that's not something you ideally want to see as Johnny Garrett takes to the racetrack. I have a feeling that Rodriguez was not supposed to be on the racetrack at the time, hence why we see a rapid pull-off. I don't think he quite realized Johnny Garrett had already taken to the racetrack. Lost the back end there just about, and that lets Johnny Garrett back out for another flyer. So far, Johnny Garrett really turning up the wick here as he tries to see if he can get a run going for the field. 0.226 followed by a 0.251 and then a shockingly a 0.179. Fourth and final lap here on this run for Johnny Garrett. And it's going to be a 40.265 at the buzzer for Garrett. And that should put him number 2 so far on the boards. Next up, Andrea Giacometti for another run. Giacometti breaking underneath 40.5 seconds here this afternoon as he continues to see what he can do in this qualifying effort. Tell you what, it has been a journey for a good chunk of drivers so far. And Giacometti looking to come on down and start what would likely be one of his final trips around here as he was going to put lap number 3 in the books. Make that lap number 2 here as Jake Cometti again takes to the racetrack. We've seen so many drivers here have some good qualifying runs. We've seen so many drivers attempting to put down some personal bests, and all of them battling extremely treacherous track conditions. But I think for the time being, we are finally going to be seeing Giacometti getting a good run, and he has had such a checkered season. And it is not looking like it's going to be an easy fight for Giacometti, but hey, credit to him. He has been putting up fight after fight after fight after fight, and this time he is going to put down a 221.185 mile an hour time. That is good enough so far for 19th place. Well, Giacometti makes his way down and into the box as Christian McCrelly down to the front straightaway. 40.935 on the boards for McCrelly as he begins his second attempt. And McCrelly's first effort, a 40.803. And that was right after putting down a 40.935. So lap number 3 on the boards. And for Christian McCrelly, it's not looking good on his efforts to try and get in. He needs to have quite the run, needing a mile an hour range of 220.642. Right now, only averaging 219.861. McCrelly makes his way to the front straightaway. At the end of lap number 3. And it'll be a 40.955. Fourth and final attempt. And I have a feeling that Christian McCrelly will be racing this one out in bump day. Down to the start-finish line. What's the time? 40.960, 219.861, 28th on the sheets. And McCrelly will have to qualify his way in on bump day. Bobby Love, the next car to bear, and he took quite a hit as well earlier today. One of the drivers that spun down and went hard into the inside wall with an absolutely hellacious sledgehammer shot right into that inside safer barrier. Making his way out to the front straightaway once again. And this incident coming almost an hour ago for Bobby Love. Take a ride on board with him for the wreck and when it happened. And, well, maybe not quite. Doesn't look like we'll be able to get it. But I tell you what, it was not ideal for Love as he gets set to try and put down what will be his final attempt at a qualifying run. And he's off to a good start. 40.307 on the cards for Love. Second time on the boards, 40.271 for Bobby Love. So he is definitely far quicker than he was earlier. And we are getting right down to it as well. The horn will be sounding in only about 30 minutes or so here for the end of qualifying, or at least the end of regular qualifying. Start-finish stretch, and it's going to be 40.214, quicker still. Bobby Love, 40.257 this time around. 223.286 for Bobby Love. Good enough for potentially a fifth place run. Tell you what, these drivers are really giving it everything here in the closing stages, as the next driver out on the racetrack going to be that of Logan Simmons. Simmons firing his way down to the turn numbers 3 and 4. He was provisional pole entering this, or Logan Simmons at least was looking to try and fight himself up a bit further up the grid, trying to secure himself a run into the Fast 9, and with a 39.962, the first sub 40-second time of the day, he might have it. .024 this time by for Logan Simmons. And the times continue to tumble for Simmons. And now a 40.128. Simmons' time continues to drop. And he will make it to pit road And how about 224 miles an hour, Logan Simmons? Straight through to pole position. Right now, Florian Gao, the next driver, out onto the racetrack. Florian entering this session will likely be the 30th car to put down a time. Still does not have a successful qualifying effort for Team Watson Racing Setups. 40.3 is the first run. .108 for lap number 2. And could we be looking at another 224 mile an hour run? For lap 3, 40.122. And I think we're going to have another driver in the Fast 9 shootout. And for the run, it's going to end up being a 40.181, and it is a second 224 mile an hour time. And so the times continue to drop. Next round of the racetrack, Sebastian Kinder. Have not seen the Frenchman out. He was one of the first 5 drivers out in the session. Out for a second attempt. First times were in the high 40s. We're talking .7s. And his first time a 40.058. And it's even quicker, 40.014 now. Well, the Frenchman, much like so many other drivers, mostly within the North Sim Racing camp, has had such a rough season. Had a particularly hard T-bone crash at the Richmond Raceway earlier this season. And Kinder now getting set to round turn number 4. Looking for the front straightaway, and Kinder goes 40.080. Gunning for a sub 40-second time. Kinder down to the wire. 40.095 for the final lap of his qualifying effort. 224 miles an hour. And that will put him into the number 2 spot. Ethan Agan, the next driver out as Agan takes to the racetrack. He was the second car to put a hit down this afternoon. And it's already a quick one. 30.972 for Ethan Agan on lap number 1. 40.047 for lap 2. The speeds are looking to be immense as the times continue to close on down. This time by a 40.064. Agan continuing to try and close the gap. And at the stripe, put down a 40.180, and that will send Ethan Agan to third. Right now, Team Watson Racing setups 1, 2, 3, 4 on the qualifying sheets. Talk about a dominating late run qualifying performance from TWRS. And Tuomas Mustonen, the next driver looking to make a hit. And Mustonen straight to the top of the sheets, a 39.914 for lap number 1. But it's not always about the speed, it's about the mile an hour at the buzzer. Potentially less than 10 drivers left before the Fast 9 shootout. .971 this time by for Mustonen. Caught the wall a little bit. Did that invalidate the run? He still got foot to the floor. I think he might have gotten away with that. Upwards of 370 kilometers an hour. Battling now, 39.948 for lap number 2. Make that lap 3. Final trip around, and it is looking to be a crushing run for Mustinen up at the head of the field. Coming around this time by, and it's going to be a 40.025. Oh boy. Next car out on the racetrack going to be Robert Groscher. We've already seen him out today as well. Mustinen's run putting him easily to the number 1 spot with 225.2 miles an hour, the first contender to hit 225. Groscher's first run, a 40.155. Groscher driving it in hard, trying to see if he's got an answer for some of these drivers all the way at the top end of the field. Lap 2, under 40 seconds. 39.991. Currently in the Fast 9. Mustinen, Simmons, Kinder, Egan, Gow, Garrett, Hoffman, Love, and LaVille. Robert Groscher was on the bump. If he can jump up there, that puts Cameron Dance on the bump to be fighting this one out on bump day for the top 24. .101 for Groscher. For Groscher, the run going to continue as at the buzzer, start-finish line, 40.055. And that is going to be able to punch Groscher into 5th place and into the Fast 9 shootout. And the solid drives continue. No drivers currently, one driver currently on the racetrack. It's Randy Shoemake. Shoemake battling his way around. Shoemake, a driver that has struggled so far today to try and get a good run going. And this is going to be his last chance where he's racing this one out on bump day. Shoemake, 40.125 for lap 1. And it's going to be 40.170 now for Randy Shoemake. For lap 3, 40.415. A massive slowdown for Shoemake. I think he may have had some tire wear starting to kick in, or maybe the aero just is not agreeing with the Aero X number 3. But Shoemake could be in a little bit of trouble here if he can't get the pace back up. Shoemake currently not on the boards. Is this final lap going to be enough to put him into the top 24? It's even slower, 40.549. And can confirm he's in 10th place for Shoemake. Now, Henry Bennett, the driver that we just saw put down a stormer early on, all of a sudden finding himself all the way back in 22nd. And he needed to really scramble to race his way in. Let's get a chit-chat in here with Logan Simmons as we watch Henry Bennett's qualifying effort. Logan, I tell you what, quite the final minutes here in pole that we're having right now. It was, until Musadin came in hot, a Team Watts race setups 1, 2, 3, 4. Gotta be huge for the team.
Oh yeah, it's been a good day. We were waiting. We were waiting until a certain amount of slots filled up, and then we said we're going to all send it at one time. And it worked out. I mean, we should be pretty well secured.
Looking like several of your cars are going to be into the Fast 9 shootout here unless we see some more heaters from drivers like Henry Bennett coming in hot. Talk to us about the strategy, because obviously this has been a most unusual bump day, and one that several drivers might be a little keen on forgetting as Henry Bennett goes purple.
Yes, today has been scorching hot. It's probably one of the hottest qualifying days we've had in 4 years. It's tough. You gotta get your downforce right, but you gotta maximize your speed as well. And it just happens sometimes where it doesn't work out, and you'll have a spin, or you get too understeery and you hit the wall. It's all a balancing act on these 4 laps. It's the most on edge we are all year.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, and you got to be right, because that's the only way you'll be able to make a chance. Obviously, this for you is going to be your 5th attempt on going for an Indy 500. So far, though, you have not finished within the top 20 in any of the attempts that you have made. Overall, kind of looking forward, do you think this is the year where you're finally in for a good result?
Oh yeah, I think so. We've done a lot of work in the past year to get the race car better, and we got the qualifying car much better. So I do look forward to it. I think we have a really good shot at having a really great month.
Well, obviously, it's going to be a bit of a wild ride coming on up here. The Fast 9 shootout's not too far away, as you've just been bumped down to 3rd. Henry Bennett, new quickest time on the day. Do you have an answer for him in the Fast 9?
I hope. I really do. I think we have something that's there just about on him, but he may just have that little bit more. But we're going to try our hardest to go out there and win pole.
One of only 2 times at 225 miles an hour so far. Logan, thank you for joining us, and we'll wish you the best of luck in the Fast 9 shootout coming up here.
Thank you. Have a good one, Nolan.
Logan Simmons for Team Watson Racing Setups, right now situated 3rd place, as you just saw Henry Bennett put down a heater of a run and go to the number 1 spot. Matthias Strauss, next one up to bear. Matthias Strauss on the outside looking in, currently qualified 26th at 220.919 miles an hour. And we'll see if he can have something for this field. It's not going to be easy, though, I can guarantee you that. Strauss's second lap. And it's even better, 39.908. Matthias Strauss gunning for a spot in the Fast 9 shootout. And could be looking to have an opening here. Oh, got close the outside wall there in 4. Is that too far up there? Will lap 3 count? 40.218. So the time backs off by about 0.3 of a second. They're not ideal for Strauss, who right now has the second quickest overall time of the day. That's going to slow him down big time. But still pushing as hard as he can muster. Down to the turn numbers 3 and out of 4. To the front straightaway. Strauss is going to fight back into the top 24. And for the run, it's 4th place on the boards at 224.698 miles an hour. Got the run in right at the buzzer with a 40.152 to help him get the job done. 3 cars left. Andrew Wood, Cameron Dance, and Ario Guerrera. Andrew Wood already out on the racetrack. Wood right now qualified 18th and looking for more. Well, lap 1's good. 39.920. But a little bit of a bump there. Runs the risk of bumping drivers down and out. And new overall fastest lap of the day, 39.824 for Powerslide Team Chimera's Andrew Wood. Still pushing as hard as he possibly can. You heard the car bottoming out. He's got something working in that machine. Dancing with hot track temps and some wind right now to boot. 40.103 that time by. Almost got the wall there in turn 3. May have just barely nicked it. To the front straightaway. Final lap for Andrew Wood, 39.958. Looking for a Fast 9 shootout run, and he's going to be second in the Fast 9. Cameron Dance, the next driver up, second to last runner in regular pole day qualifying. You can hear him working the gearbox on that car, downshifting to the fifth to try and get just that tiny little oomph of acceleration back down the straightaway. A 40.247 though for Cameron Dance. Not an ideal run per se. Dance fighting his way up and around as he takes to the front straightaway. And it's 40.131 this time by for Dance. Heading down the back. Turn 3. Back around, looking for 4. Dance to the wire, this time through. Fires into heater at 40.172. Right in the middle of the two times he had put down in this final session. Half a lap to go in his qualifying run. Can Dance race his way into the Fast 9? You hear him downshift again into 5th. Down to the stripe, 40.158, and he's through. And now the final run coming on up. It's going to be Ariel Guerra Jr. Dance's run. Well, I'm sure the 447 mile an hour time I'm looking at is not correct, so we'll wait for that to fully update. But right now, Guerra Jr. fighting around the racetrack, and Cameron Dance confirmed has made it to the Fast 9 by just 0.004 of a mile an hour over Florian Gaud into the 9th place spot. Now we'll see if Guerra can do the same. Guerra enters this one. Qualified 28th and outside of the top 24. Driving her in hot into turn numbers 3 and 4. For lap 2, the horn has sounded. No more cars on the racetrack. This will be the last run before the Fast 9. 39.907 at the stripe. Oh, but he catches the wall. And is that enough to botch the time? Coming around to the stripe. Is he saved by the buzzer? 39.996. It looks like it counted. So he gets away with one. Final lap. Only one more lap to go. Before racing action kicks off with the Fast 9 shootout, comes off the wall a little bit off of turn 4, down to the wire. Is it going to be a Fast 9 run? 40.148. Is that good enough to make it? Yes, it is. 4th place. Dance is pushed out. So in the Fast 9 shootout, it's going to be Henry Bennett, Andrew Wood, Tomas Mustonen, Ario Guerra Jr., Logan Simmons, Matthias Strauss, Sebastian Kinder, Ethan Hagen, and Robert Groscher. Going to take ourselves with a quick step back, but I tell you what, this Fast 9 shootout not going to be one you are going to want to miss. Fast 9 coming up in just a moment. Stay with us as we'll be back in a moment on Green Flag TV.
Rev TV brings the world of motorsports into your home with over 100 live race series such as MotoGP, IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Extreme E, World Superbike, and the newly launched all-electric E1 series. From 2 wheels to 4, from land to sea, your destination is Rev TV.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV. Cars are officially hitting the racetrack for the Fast 9 shootout here this afternoon. Robert Groscher, the first car to take to the racetrack. And now it is all to play for here this afternoon as drivers are going to get set to see who is in and who is out. Well, we know who's at least out and going to bump day. This is just to determine now the top 3 rows. Vortex Sim Racing's Robert Groscher starting his first lap now. It's a long trip around, and I know it doesn't feel long, when you're watching as a viewer, but when you're in that car, a lap around here feels like it takes an eternity, despite ripping down the straights at over 370 kilometers an hour. Lap 1 on the cards for Robert Grosser. And it's going to be a 39.902. Oh, but he's into the wall, and that should do it. I think Grosser just threw his odds away, and he's going to pull to the pit road. Game over for the 99. Grosser not going to be able to go for the run that he was hoping to have, and that brings up Ethan Agan now, the second driver to try and make a run at it. So Grosser locked in to 9th place effectively. Ethan Hagan starting his first lap. Beelines down the back straightaway for turn 3. This is where you're going to be pushing that car to the absolute ragged edge, trying to get every ounce of speed out of it. So a 39.785 for lap number 1, and this time, unlike Robert Grosser, gets through lap 2 clean. 39.808 for lap 2. Lap 3 coming up. .891 on lap number 3. Now, we don't know if this is obviously going to be enough for provisional pole, but we'll get a benchmark at least to work with. So a 39.927 will close out the effort. It's going to be 225.831 miles an hour. And, well, with the next time, we'll see if that's any good. Sebastian Kinder, the Frenchman, taken to the racetrack, seeking to have another run at it. Kinder comes in here. This will be his 4th attempt at an Indy 500 start. His best finish comes 4th place back in 2023. Was not present in last year's race. 22nd in 2022, and then a DNF in 2021. Kinder puts down a heater. 39.796. Lap number 2. Coming down at the line. It was multiple 40-second lap times that got Kinder on the boards. It's going to be a 39.831 to start off the 3rd lap. Final trip coming up in just a moment here. 39.862 on lap 3. Kinder looking like he's going to pretty safely overtake Ethan Hagen. Turn 4. Matthias Strauss already out on the racetrack. And for Kinder to the line, 39.973, all 39s. And that puts him at 225.759 miles an hour. Shockingly slower than Hagen. So Ethan Hagen's time right now puts him number 2. So the next driver up, yet another TWRS driver, Matthias Strauss. Managed to race his way into the Fast 9, and now he is having to go at it. Strauss is going to be coming in here, making his 3rd attempt at going for gold in the Indy 500 as he puts down a 39.846 for his first lap. Both times in the Indy 500, Strauss has failed to finish inside the top 20. It was 21st and 25th for his latest 2 attempts. Strauss's second lap, a 39.803 this time through. And lap 3, 39.864, but I don't think this is going to be enough to overtake Ethan Hagen. Right now, Hagen standing very firm atop the scoring sheets. And I think it might be up to either Iconic or Chimera to punch him off the top spot. into 4. Straight down to the start-finish line, and it's a 39.884. And that will put Matthias Strauss right up to the top spot by a 0.02 of a mile an hour. So right now it runs Strauss, Egan, Kinder, TWRS 1, 2, 3, and Logan Simmons going to make it 4. But then we'll see how long that top 4 run is going to stay. The winner of the Fast 9 shootout winning a $50 gift card in racing action here this afternoon. Logan Simmons, fastest overall lap of the entire session today. 39.778, 7 thousandths clear of Ethan Egan. He is on a rumble right now. To the start-finish line. Logan Simmons, 39.758. Diving down to the turn numbers 3 and 4. As Logan Simmons is set to try and gear something up. $39.820. It's looking good. Simmons looking like he's going to be going for provisional pole this afternoon. Simmons, we talked to him already, going to be making his 5th attempt at an Indy 500 start. Diving into turn numbers 3 and 4. And to the line, looking for provisional pole, 39.852. He's got it. And it's the first 226 mile an hour time of the day. And all of a sudden, the speed record once again is within reach. The overall speed record in this league was reset several times in last year's Fast 9 shootout. It ended up being held by Adam Blocker, who took it on a stormer at 227.874 miles an hour. We're under 2 miles away from the record. Ariel Guerra Jr. now fighting around the racetrack. Guerra going to be making their 3rd attempt at an Indy 500 start. Finished in the top 10 in last year's race. And the 26th back in 2019. Lap 2 on the boards, 39.816. Oh, but gets up towards the outside wall and nearly caught it. Oh boy. Getting a little bit spicy. Cruising into turn 4 this time by Tomas Mustonen on deck, ready to go. 39.848. And it's a 39.848 that Guerra is trying to get ahead of here for the final lap. This time by at the line, it's going to be 39.892. And for Guerra, that will put him 4th place. Not quite able to get the podium. It's 225.785 miles an hour. And now, the lone driver for Iconic Motorsports in the Fast 9 Shootout and defending champion, Tomas Mustonen, ready to rumble. Mustonen has only attempted the Indy 500 once before. It was back in 2024. Started in 3rd place on the front row. Unfortunately, finished back in 7th. Mustonen across the line takes for a 39.768 for lap 1. $39.768 for lap number 1, 39.766 for lap 2. Mustonen chasing provisional pole. Still looking to see if he's got an effort for it. Mustonen down to the stripe. And it's going to be a 39.777. Lucky sevens. I like it. But he caught the wall there. Could his luck have just come back to bite him? Mustonen down to the start-finish line, this time by 4th and final lap. It's a 39.803. And put Tomas Mustonen to provisional pole, 226.253 miles an hour. 2 drivers to go, both of them from Power Slide Team Chimera. Andrew Wood, the first driver up. Andrew Wood making his 6th Indy 500 attempt. His best finish comes at 7th in 2022. He failed to finish, crashed out early in last year's race. It was 27th, another DNF in 2023. 2021, likely a similar story, finishing 29th, and then during the COVID years, 2020, his first attempt at a 500 where he made it to the show, only finished 17th. And Andrew Wood to the number 1 spot for the all-time lap counter today, 39.732 on the boards. Talk about coming in with a statement. Mustonen, you may be, I think Andrew Wood's got your number. Oh, but a catch to the wall out of turn 2. And Andrew Wood to the wire, 39.743. That's firing off after a 7.15 the lap before. So one more lap, and it's looking like Wood will be usurping Mustonen from provisional pole. And Andrew Wood's final time, a 39.808, helps him to easily punch his ticket onto provisional pole with 226.418 miles an hour. So last up, it's Henry Bennett, the big dog himself. Bennett has won the Indianapolis 500 4 times in his career, tying with Indy 500 legends such as A.J. Foyt, Al Unser, Rick Mears, and most recently, Elio Castroneves. Can Bennett set history and go for a legendary 5th Indy 500 win? He has also finished on the podium numerous times. Sorry, those are the times he started on pole positions. Only one win to his name for Henry Bennett. Looking at the wrong stats column. But he has had quite the run. Started on pole 4 times, looking to make it 5. A podium as well in 2017. Finished 4th last year's race, 7th in 2023. 20th is worst finish back in 2021, and then the 13th in 2020 with a 6th place finish back in 2019 as well. Bennett looking to take his first second Indy 500 win in quite some time. And boy, he's making a case for it. 39.673. The first driver going to the 39.6s on the day. And it is looking like the speed record of 227.874 might be out of the cards, but not for a lack of trying from Henry Bennett. Running different colors. Usually see him in a neon orange 007 car. Still got the 007, but he's running under the Power Slide Team Chimera banners here this afternoon. Puts down a 39.697. Final lap of pole day qualifying this afternoon. And at the buzzer, this time by the stretch, does Henry Bennett take provisional pole? The time is right there, 39.765. I think he should have it. And he does! For the 5th time in his career, Henry Bennett, pole position for the Paver Cycling Systems Indianapolis 500. He is only the 2nd ever driver in he would be the 2nd driver in real world history to do it. The only driver that had more than 5 pole positions, Rick Mears, breaking the records set by Scott Dixon, Elio Castroneves, AJ Foyt. And Bennett is going to be a happy, happy camper with a legendary performance this afternoon. So we'll go through the contenders here who are going to be set to go racing here just a while. From the Fast 9 shootout, it's going to be Bennett, then it's Wood, then Moosonen. They start in the front row. Then it's Simmons, Strauss, Egan, 4 through 6. Guerra, Kinder, and Groscher in 9th. Row number 4 on the grid, locking it out. It's going to be Dance, Gowd, and Garrett. Then it's Hoffman, Love, and Shoemaker on row number 5. Sorry, there we go. Row 6 holds Luke Laville, Lucas Santos, and Franz Josef Sturm. 19th through 21st is Jamie Wilson, Roden Eeftig, and Zach Wareham. Then VJO, Julian Altena, and Andrea Giacometti. The final 3 drivers locked in for the top 24. Kevin Lovegren, Rob Barnicow, Chris Hamelink, Andrew Aitken, Christian McCrelly, Jack Turner, Hans Pitkanen will all need to try again in bump day alongside anybody else that was not able to qualify here this afternoon. Holy Toledo, what a legendary run from the team here this afternoon. And let's give a chit chat to the driver that's going to be starting 2nd place here. And I tell you what, Mr. Andrew Wood, what a Fast 9 shootout there. Talk us through that one, because it's a Power Slide Team Chimera 1-2.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of a nervy day. I hit the wall on my first run, so I immediately started saying, oh no, this is how this day is going to go. I decided to take a flyer after talking to Henry after his first run, and gave me a few tips of how to handle some of the higher temps and everything. The second one was better, but I knew it wouldn't be top 9, so I want to make sure I got right in at the end. So I think it was a surprising day, but it was kind of what I was hoping for at the same time. So I don't know. I'm just happy to be starting ahead of Ethan, going for the 2nd place in the championship there. So that's kind of what the main goal was for today, and I achieved that.
So far, it's your best qualifying position in your career for the Indy 500. Previously, your best starting position was only down in 15th, so you make it into the Fast 9 shootout for the first time in your career and put that car in the front row. Is this season the season where you go and take that first Indy 500 win?
That would be something else, Nolan. I mean, it's been a really interesting season overall. It's been my best one in the CIS to date. So I'm very, very happy that I got knocked out of the top 9 by 1 or 2 spots a couple times. That 15th starting spot I mentioned was one where I didn't quite get in right there at the end when it was cooling down and everything. So I'm already kind of checked one thing off the box, and we got one more to go, and we'll see how it goes from there.
So overall, looking to be a stellar afternoon for you coming on up. You don't need to worry about bump day, so it's all eyes on the Indy 500. Andrew, we'll wish you the best of luck. We go racing again on the 23rd.
Thanks a lot, Noah. Appreciate it. See you then.
Andrew Wood comes home number 1 here this afternoon, and we'll get a chance now to give a chit-chat in here to the other drivers here this afternoon, and we will move on down to the 3rd place driver. We'll save your pole sitter best for last. We'll bring Logan Simmons into the broadcast booth next. And Logan, you will be starting 3rd place in the 500. A big, big afternoon for you here, as you're able to be the highest running flag wave for Team Watson Racing setups. How does it feel? Might help if I actually let you speak. How are we now?
Yeah. We're good. Well, not necessarily 3rd. I'm 4th. But it was good. We thought we had something for Henry and them this year, and we were closer than we've ever been, but it's so hard to get there. It is massively hard.
A tough effort for you here this afternoon. Obviously, row number 2 on the grid. It's going to be a bit of an interesting run. Obviously, you get that huge momentum going on there coming down to turn number 1. And still your best qualifying effort and the 4th time you made it into the Fast 9 shootout. Do you have an answer for Powerslide Team Chimera, though? Because they have been dominant so far all throughout qualifying.
The race setup is a lot better this year. We can trim it better than we could last year, so I think we have a shot next or 2 weeks from now. That's the team you got to beat, like Powerslide Team Chimera. You have to beat them. So we put a lot of work in. We thought we had them for qualifying. Maybe we didn't, but hopefully this race setup work that we've done is going to put it to where we really can fight with them next week or 2 weeks from now.
All right, well, we're going to wish you the best of luck. We go racing once again, Logan. Obviously, a big day for you and a lot of prep work ahead of you as well. So we'll let you get to it, and we'll wish you the best of luck for the 23rd.
Thank you. Y'all have a good one.
Simmons comes home number 4 here this afternoon, and then it is a history-setting run for Henry Bennett. Henry, 5th time that you start the Indy 500, the Classic IndyCar Series, from pole position. Only one other driver in the real world has been able to do that, Rick Mears. You now stand ahead of AJ Foyt, ahead of Scott Dixon, ahead of Elio Castroneves in pole positions. Holy cow, that's gotta feel special.
Yeah, that's pretty good company to a pretty good achievement.
Talk us through the afternoon, right? Because, I mean, obviously the session started off rough, but the track got faster and faster and faster, and all of a sudden, a time that was looking to be an easy pole position, you found yourself down outside of the top 15. You raced your way into the Fast 9 shootout all over again, and then go for one heck of a flyer right at the end. I mean, how did you go out and do it today?
It's just patience. You're just sitting there, biding your time to when to make your runs. And, you know, there's obviously a little bit of gamesmanship between teams as to when they announce they're joining the queue. And, you know, that's one of the most nerve-wracking things, is whether you're going to get your run in towards the end of the main session. And then, obviously, once you're out there, you have to execute. And, you know, you scrub your old time as soon as you start your new run. So it's yeah. I think and with the changes in weather, you have to adapt the setup throughout the day. And yeah, I think like my teammate said to each other, it's like it all depends on how big your balls are.
Well, we look forward to the main race now. Obviously, you last won the race in 2022, and you did it on one of 4 pole positions in a row, no less. Last year, you came home 4th, so close, but weren't able to catch up to the 3-wide photo finish right at the end. What do you think you're going to have to do to take away a win here in the 500 coming up in 2 weeks?
I mean, at the moment, I don't think Adam's running unless he makes a last-minute try to get in on bumps day. So that increases my chances quite a lot of a win. But you know, it's a 500-mile race, as you know. Just to finish is an achievement. So you know, that's the first goal. But yeah, just be in contention, because there's, you know, a lot of good cars out there.
Well, Henry, wish you the best of luck. Obviously, a long road ahead of preparation, so we'll wish you the best of luck when we go racing in 2 weeks for the 8th annual 500.
Thanks, guys.
Henry Bennett comes home number 1 here this afternoon after a stellar drive, and there is still a long way to go for racing action here this afternoon. When we go racing again, though, it is going to be on Bump Day. That will be coming on up in 1 week's time. But before we get to that, there's still more racing action still to be had here on Greenfly TV. When we race next, it's for the High Time Racing League tomorrow at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The Mid-Atlantic Racing Series kicks off at Bristol on Tuesday, followed by the Premier Sim Racing Outland Motorsports Truck Series at COTA. Zero Toy Racing League heads to Richmond with the SRA Super Speedway Blitz at Indianapolis, and then, of course, the Classic IndyCar Series heading over to Bump Day this coming Sunday. 24 drivers are all locked into the field, and there is still a long way to go. We'll see who finishes 24th to 33rd when we go racing next time out for more action in the Classic IndyCar Series.